the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, we could achieve exchange of war prisoners in multiple times. And we believe and hope that the same atmosphere will dominate today's problems in other places as well. A good example of this, recently, the war between Iran and the USA, which is affecting everyone in the world, and positive steps have already been taken towards a peace. So the negotiations started in Switzerland, and we hope that it will bring a lasting and fair peace in the end, not only a ceasefire, but also a peace in the end. This is of vital importance for our region and beyond, especially for global peace. We hope that all these peace efforts, all these positive steps will not be interrupted by some negative interventions. So NATO member countries and the international community should be supporting this peace initiative, and we hope that everyone will exert efforts to prevent any provocation to undermine the peace. Another important point is what is happening in Palestine, in the Middle East. Israel
hatta bütün uluslararası hukuk normlarına göre artık soykırım boyutlarına ulaşmış olan saldırganlıklarına son verilmek mecburiyetinde.
Is attacking and violating the international law, and this should come to an end. This is not only about the humanitarian tragedy of Palestinian people. It is not only about hundreds of thousands of people massacred. It is not only about cities demolished and destructed. This is actually all about undermining and bombing the hope of humanity for the future. We expect and hope that in solution of the Palestinian issue, we can come to a solution, and we hope that an independent Palestinian state is established with Jerusalem, with Al-Quds as the capital, and bi-state solution is the only solution. So, bringing an end to the Israeli aggression is not only about bringing relief to Palestinian people, but it is also so important for the world peace. So the world history has taught us that without peace in the Middle East, there is no peace globally. And if Palestinians are not free in the Middle East, there is no peace in the Middle East. So as NATO allies, we need to give support to solve this problem as well. Distinguished guests, we also believe that it is of utmost importance for the future of the allies and our alliance to strengthen and foster our cooperation in defense industries. Turkey has made a significant progress in defense industries, and Turkey's capabilities have increased in production and manufacturing of defense industry products, and Turkey is ready to share her capacity with other countries, and especially back in The Hague, we have agreed to make our defense expenditures by 5% of our GDPs, and we hope that this will be achieved and fulfilled. So, if we can continue all this cooperation with all the member states, then we will be stronger. But we also want to highlight one thing. Within our alliance, some countries still continue to impose sanctions regarding some defense industry materials. This is unilateral, this is meaningless, and it is not in line with the spirit of an alliance. As Turkey, we are more than ready to cooperate with all allies in terms of defense industry, and we expect the same from each and every ally. In recent period of time, vis-à-vis the threats emerging in the Middle East, some member countries, especially Spain, are giving support to the air defense system in Turkey, so we would like to thank for this. This is an important turning point for the world and for NATO. It is time to work together, it is time to eliminate the risks together, and in addition to achieve safety and security of our member states, but also we have the responsibility to contribute to global peace and stability. So these platforms are not only limited to defense or security. As you all agree, the parliaments are the most important political venues that work for their people. We need to admit that there are concerns in the eyes of the public in our countries. It may actually extend to pessimism, and there are harsh criticism in our public opinion vis-à-vis the security threats. Of course, we as parliaments, we need to accommodate the safety and security of our people, but also we need to find solutions for the concerns of our people. Distinguished guests, today the world is just being reshaped, so our old formats are no longer. So innovative and productive ideas are more important than ever today. So the international system with all the institutions are declining. International law is violated. Even we are losing the terminology of international system. So we need to establish a fair and just global order. This is a joint responsibility and mission none of us can avoid. So to conclude, I would like to repeat my call once again. Please let us talk about our issues for NATO, but also let us talk about what we can do in order to establish a fair and just world order with equality by creation, by nature. Let us join our forces and let us open the doors of a new world wide. So, by taking this opportunity, I once again wish you all the best and all the success in our deliberations in this beautiful venue, and I hope that the third version of the NATO PA becomes a regular meeting for us from now on. Thank you so much.
Dear participants, now we shall
Kıymetli katılımcılarımız, şimdi toplantımızla devam edeceğiz. Sayın Marcos Estervello'ya sözü vermek istiyorum. NATO Parlamenterler Asamblesi Başkanı. Buyursunlar. Teşekkür ediyorum Sayın Başkan. Hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler. Sayın Başkan Numan Kurtulmuş'a teşekkür ederim. söze başlamak istiyorum. Türk delegasyonunu da aynı şekilde Sayın Mevlüt Çavuşoğlu nezdinde bize gösterdiğiniz sıcak karşılama ve kusursuz organizasyon için sizlere teşekkür ediyorum. Burada Türkiye'de, özellikle de İstanbul'da olmak bizim için çok büyük bir mutluluk. İstanbul, kıtaların ve kültürlerin buluşmasını simgeleyen bir şehir ve siyasi kararlılığı somut sonuçlara dönüştürme konusunda da bugünkü bu toplantımız umuyoruz ki somut sonuçlar verecektir. Türkiye, ittifakın vazgeçilmez ve kararlı bir üyesidir. NATO'nun güney kanadını sağlamlaştırmaktadır ve bölgeler arasında bir köprü vazifesi de görmektedir Türkiye. Ayrıca bir örnek de teşkil etmekte Türkiye. Sürekli savunma harcamaları, güçlü ve yenilikçi bir savunma sanayisi ve NATO'nun caydırıcılık ve savunma faaliyetlerine, kriz yönetimi misyonlarına ve operasyonlarına yaptığı önemli katkılarla Türkiye'ye NATO Parlamenterler Asamblesi'ndeki güçlü ve uzun soluklu katılımı için de teşekkürlerimizi sunmak istiyoruz. İttifakımız için belirleyici bir dönemden geçmekteyiz. NATO, ittifakın yeniden dengelendiği ve bir insan ömründe sadece bir kez görülebilecek bir revizyon sürecinden geçiyor. Daha dayanıklı, daha inandırıcı, daha güvenilir bir transatlantik ittifakına ihtiyacımız var ve bunu hep beraber inşa ediyoruz. Kaybedecek zamanımız da yok çünkü Soğuk Savaş'ın sona ermesinden bu yana hiç olmadığı kadar istikrarsız ve çekişmeli bir dünyada yaşıyoruz. Rusya'nın Ukrayna'ya karşı yürüttüğü saldırı devam etmekte ve son dönemdeki hava harekatlarının ölçeği ve yoğunluğu bize çatışmanın hala tırmandığını açıkça gösteriyor. Rusya ayrıca bununla da yetinmiyor. Siber saldırılar, sabotajlar, ekonomik baskılar ve toplumlarımızı her gün zorlayan diğer baskı araçlarını kullanarak NATO müttefiklerine yönelik düşmanca faaliyetlerini de yoğunlaştırmakta. Aynı zamanda terörizm de müttefiklerimiz için en doğrudan asimetrik tehdit olmaya devam etmekte. Rusya, Çin, İran ve Kuzey Kore arasında giderek artan bir uyum var ve Kuzey Atlantik'ten Karadeniz'e, Kuzey Kutbu'ndan Hürmüz Boğazı'na kadar güvenliğimizi tehdit rekabeti şiddetlendirmekte bu durum. Bugün burada bulunmamız basit bir gerçeği bize vurguluyor. Güvenliğimiz birlikte yaptığımız seçimlere ve üstlenmeye hazır olduğumuz sorumluluklara bağlı. İşte bu nedenle bu parlamento zirvesi bizim için çok önemli. Parlamenterler olarak bu dönemde ayak uydurmak konusunda, bu dönemin gereklerine ayak uydurmak konusunda net bir sorumluluğumuz var. Geçen yıl Lahey zirvesinde tarihi taahhütler üzerinde anlaştık. Şimdi önümüzdeki hafta Ankara'daysa bu taahhütlerin uygulanmasına yönelik net ve inandırıcı bir yol haritası ortaya koymak durumundayız. Bizler de vatandaşlarımızın, halklarımızın ihtiyaç duyduğu bu adımları atmak durumundayız. Sözler tek başına saldırganlığa karşı caydırıcı bir güç olmaz. Para kendiliğinden gelmez. Yetenekler sadece emir vererek ortaya çıkmaz. Bunun için siyasi cesaret, yasama önlemleri ve halkın güveni gereklidir. İşte bu noktada biz siyasi liderler olarak fark yaratabiliriz. İşte bu noktada bizim asamblemiz eyleme dönük bir katalizör görevi görebilir. Önümüzdeki hafta yapılacak zirvenin sonuçları büyük ölçüde parlamento eylemlerine bağlı olacak. Ulusal meclislerimizin %5 savunma yatırım planının acilen yerine getirilmesini, desteklemesini sağlamalıyız. Ayrıca 2035'ten çok önce bu hedeflere ulaşabilmemiz için de mümkün olan tüm çabayı göstermeliyiz. Daha güçlü bir NATO içinde daha güçlü bir Avrupa inşa etmek sadece yüksek paralar harcamakla değil, aynı zamanda daha akıllı, daha hızlı ve daha koordineli yatırımlar yapmakla da mümkün olacaktır. İşte bu reform öngörülebilir, çok yıllık finansman, daha güçlü sanayi kapasitesi ve daha fazla inovasyon ve savunma sanayi işbirliğinin önündeki engellerin kaldırılmasını gerektirecek bize. Savunmada çok daha fazla yatırım ihtiyacımız olacak. Sorumluluklarımıza baktığımız zaman, sorumluluklarımız arasında Ukrayna'ya desteğimizi sürdürmek de yer almakta. Güçlü, egemen ve bağımsız bir Ukrayna, Avro-Atlantik bölgesinin istikrarı için hayati önem taşımakta. Ve desteğimiz daha hızlı, daha öngörülebilir ve Ukrayna'nın ihtiyaçlarına daha uygun olmalıdır. Ayrıca bu sorumluluklar toplumlarımızın genelinde dayanıklılığı güçlendirmeyi, kritik altyapıyı korumayı, stratejik bağımlılıkları azaltmayı ve toplumlarımızda bir savunma ve hazırlık kültürü oluşturmayı da kapsamakta. Kıymetli meslektaşlarım, bu parlamento zirvesi net bir mesaj versin. NATO birleşik durmaktadır. NATO önümüzdeki zorluklara, geleceğin zorluklarına uyum sağlamaktadır. NATO, müttefiklerin topraklarının her bir santimetre karesini savunacaktır. NATO, uluslarımız için vazgeçilmez bir güç çarpanı olmaya devam edecek. Ve bu taahhütlerin beceriye, dayanışmanın güce, kararlılığın eyleme dönüşmesine fayda sağlayacaktır. Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your valuable views. Dear friends, as I mentioned in my speech, there will be very important meeting of NATO in Ankara, 7th and 8th of July next week. It is NATO summit. As today, we are pleased to welcome Mrs. Radmila Shekarinska, Deputy Secretary General of NATO, who will share her views on how our Atlantic is preparing for the next summit. Madam Deputy Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for hosting us here in Istanbul. I do believe that I will have the privilege of being in your beautiful country twice in the course of several days. Today here in Istanbul, meeting speakers and parliamentarians, but next week also, as you have mentioned, for the Ankara summit of the NATO alliance. So in a way, next week, the world's eyes will be on Ankara and on all of us delivering on what is expected. The summit will be about delivering on our commitments, delivering on our promises, and showing that NATO's defenses are strong and that NATO is ready to defend every inch of allied territory. This is not theory. This is not future. This is actually something that we have to deliver on now. Just a couple of months ago, NATO intercepted ballistic missiles heading towards Turkey. We have been witnessing drone incidents across our eastern flank for a number of months. Just recently, we have seen how French jets deployed through NATO Baltic air policing have managed to intercept and destroy a drone that entered Latvia's airspace. All these things are demonstrations that NATO's defenses work. They're also demonstration of allied solidarity in action. But to face all these challenges, today and in the future, we must ensure that our defenses remain strong. And these are things that do not happen overnight. They require commitments, they require money, which means investments in defense, and they require firepower, which means production of these capabilities. It is clear that with the mounting pressures and conflicts around the world, we need more of this, much more than we currently possess. I know that from my experience as parliamentarian, that when we fight about policies, it's difficult enough. But when we fight about policies, we argue. When we start fighting about money, then we really fight, and it can be painful. But on the other side, it would be more painful to wake up one day and realize that the alliance's ability to protect our 1 billion people across the Euro-Atlantic has gaps and vulnerabilities. And this is the painful demonstration that we simply cannot afford. So we need to be very realistic about the threats, about the risks, but also about our joint responsibility. Last year in The Hague, we took bold and historic decisions. In Ankara, we actually have a tougher thing to do, to show that we are delivering on these commitments. We expect all allies to come to Ankara with credible plans to achieve the 5% defense investment plan by 2035. And I count on all of you to reinforce this message in the capitals, knowing that in certain capitals, actually, the plans are more ambitious than 2035, and we welcome this very much. We are seeing a very visible and tangible change. European allies are taking greater responsibility for their conventional defense, backed by American firepower. What we have seen at the Defense Ministerial that took place a few days ago was that European allies in Canada have come up with $139 billion more defense investment than previously. They are also spearheading the support to Ukraine. So it is clear that we are moving towards a stronger Europe in a stronger and fairer NATO. And as a European, I have to say that it makes me really proud. More money is clearly important and necessary, but more capabilities are absolutely essential. So this is why, as you have mentioned, in Ankara, we expect allies to demonstrate that we are accelerating industrial production also through transatlantic cooperation. We cannot have credible deterrence and defense without a robust industrial base. Jets, ammunition, long strike capabilities, air defenses, drones, all these, together with counter-drones technology, electronic warfare, all these things will be center and front at the Ankara summit. We need more of them, we need them faster, and the only way to produce at scale and with speed is to do it together. So we need to leverage our excellence and create a new transatlantic defense base without barriers to meet the current challenges. And in defense production, actually, what we are arguing in favor of, and what we will hear in Ankara as well, is also our strategic partnership with the European Union, but also our partnerships in defense industry with Ukraine and with the Indo-Pacific. So at the summit, this is the reason why we will hold the NATO Summit Defense Industry Forum. And this is where we expect allies to come forward with concrete ideas, with proposals, with signed contracts, and launching really significant new initiatives. Outstanding companies across the alliance exist. I will mention one here in our host country, Turkey, Aselsan. Companies like this are already increasing production and cooperation amongst allies. The Secretary General had the privilege to visit Aselsan recently, and what he spoke afterwards was that he is really impressed with the bright minds, with the innovation, but also with the speed with which they produce. So we need more examples like this. Ukraine remains firmly on our radar also as we head towards Ankara. Earlier this month, it was the Secretary General, but also the whole of North Atlantic Council, all of your representatives, all of your permanent representatives there have traveled to Kyiv, and they saw with their own eyes the destruction and the suffering that Russia is inflicting. So in Ankara, we will reaffirm our commitment and continued support to Ukraine. NATO's Pearl program, the program that focuses on Ukraine's key priorities, continues to deliver essential US weapons paid by America's allies and partners. And these weapons are crucial for keeping Ukraine's cities safe, but also to hold the front lines. We need more of this. We have had a number of interactions with our Ukrainian colleagues, especially at the UDCG just last week, And we have heard a lot, not only from Ukrainian officials, but also from our officers, from our intelligence agencies, that there is a window of opportunity, and that Ukraine, due to its courage, due to its ingenuity, have managed really to turn the tide in this war. Windows of opportunity do not stay open forever. So this is a moment that we have to seize to provide Ukraine with the necessary support in order to push Russia to the negotiating table. So peace through strength is also a motto that we have followed in the discourse. We know that these days our stockpiles are not as full as they used to be, but because of this window of opportunity, because of the dire needs of Ukraine and the need to prepare for, again, maybe a difficult winter, I look at you and I am making a plea to all of you as parliamentarians, as speakers, to ask your own ministers of defense and your governments to dig deep into your stockpiles and give Ukraine all that you can. And I would like to thank all of you who are already doing it, because this is how we have managed to support Ukraine in their fight. It matters for Ukraine's freedom and security, but it also matters to our security. At the same time, we must continue to learn from Ukraine, from their battlefield experience as well. This is a country at war that has become at the same time also a security provider, not only through the interaction with some of our defense industry, but also through the support to the countries in the Gulf. And it is really remarkable. We must ensure that our support to Ukraine endures, and for this we need to pull our weight together, and we have to make sure that we show solidarity as well. So with your commitment, I'm sure that we will see significant successes at the Ankara summit. If you try to ask AI about what is the key legacy of Istanbul's history, and it has been a 3 millennia history, you will read that the legacy is defined by massive fortifications, majestic architecture, and rapid modernization. And I think that at least 2 out of these 3 are very valid for us now. We also need to continue fortifying and defending our territory, but we also need to look in the future. And together, I am sure that we will prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary General of NATO. Now I will give the floor to the speakers, deputy speakers, and the members of the Parliament to deliver their remarks on behalf of their national delegations. Before we begin, I shall now draw your attention to the time limit. We hope to conclude our meeting around noontime. However, if necessary, we will continue after the lunch. I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Michaela Dodsola, President of the National Assembly of Bulgaria, to take the floor. Please.
Thank you, distinguished Chair, distinguished colleagues and friends. For Bulgaria, the upcoming NATO summit in Ankara is an opportunity to reaffirm its consistent commitment to the values of the alliance, to collective security, and to the strengthening stability in the Euro-Atlantic space. Bulgaria considers NATO as a main pillar for its security and the security of the allied space. Today's global environment is characterized by growing instability, several conflicts, and new challenges demanding unity, strategic vision, and strengthening the defense capabilities of member states. Growing threats to security related to the use of new technology demand targeted investments in a modern, integrated, and resilient defense industrial base capable of both providing national security and contributing to the European and allied defense readiness. It is of the utmost importance for us to preserve unity in the alliance and develop its defense potential while recognizing the necessity to prevent further escalation to conflicts and lowering risks before international security. Bulgaria performs its commitments with collective defense and continues its efforts to modernize and rearm its armed forces. Investing in defense means investing in security, resilience, and the ability of a state to protect its citizens and national sovereignty. We support the concept of building up the European pillar in NATO. Bulgaria projects under the EU SAFE mechanism is related to building key defense capabilities for the Bulgarian army in line with the NATO capabilities goals. Today, the defense industry is not just an industrial sector, it is a strategic asset. Bulgaria has the potential to be an important element of the industrial chain of the alliance. Bulgaria will continue investing in modern technology, in developing its defense industry and building capabilities reflecting contemporary risks and challenges. Enhancing R&D is of crucial significance, along with establishing new manufacturing capabilities and integrating the Bulgarian industry in common European and allied programs. Bulgaria maintains its policy of commitment to ending the conflict in Ukraine and with the leading role of diplomacy in achieving a just and lasting peace based on the UN Charter and principle of the international law. Within its ability, Bulgaria will continue supporting the efforts of the international community, particularly the EU and NATO, for achieving this, which would open the path to the country's post-war recovery. The upcoming summit is an opportunity to confirm that a stronger and more capable EU in security and defense will contribute positively to global and transatlantic security, and it's complementary to NATO, as well as to share that the security of the Europe cannot be built only by increasing its military potential, but through active diplomacy, preventing conflicts, and seeking resilient political decisions. By strengthening its national defense, Bulgaria contributes to the security of the allies, to the stability of the Black Sea region, and the strengthening NATO's eastern flank. At the same time, we are convinced that the true strength of the alliance is measured not only by its military capabilities, but also its ability to be a factor in peace, security, and stability. We are NATO. It is our duty to protect democratic values, our citizens' security and peace in Europe by acting responsibly, rationally, and in full awareness that the biggest win in preventing new wars and preserving peace. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to invite His Excellency Jordan Jandrokovic, Speaker of the Parliament of Croatia. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Kurtulmuş, President Perestrela, dear colleagues. Almost every generation reaches a moment when the old assumptions no longer work in the new environment. I believe ours has reached that point. Russia's aggression on Ukraine has fundamentally transformed Europe's security landscape. At the same time, hybrid threats, disruptive technologies, and intensifying strategic competition are reshaping the way our societies operate. They are also changing deterrence itself. In such a context, of course, military strength remains indispensable, but it is no longer sufficient on its own. Critical infrastructure economic and technological advancement, as well as political cohesion, are equally important parts of the equation. Our future responses must reflect that reality. They must also echo our unity expressed through responsibility, capability, commitment, and action. We need stronger European defense capabilities which go hand in hand with a truly reliable transatlantic bond. Croatia is committed to fair burden sharing. Our defense spending has more than tripled over the past decade. We are on course to reach 3% of GDP by 2030. We remain committed to the 5% objective by 2035. We continue to modernize our armed forces and strengthen national readiness. These choices are guided by the simple conviction that these are investments in resilience, stability, and ultimately in peace. The same principles guide our support for Ukraine. The overall assistance of allies helps their fight and the defense of our values there. But it also contributes to Ukraine's interoperability with NATO standards. It is a clear investment in a safer future. In our defense planning, the lessons of Ukraine must be well reflected, especially on drones and protection against long-range strike capabilities. After all, as the global strategic environment changes, so does the way we understand geography. For example, Baltic, the Black Sea, Southeast Europe, and the Adriatics are not separate theaters. They form a single security space, and weakness in one affects the security of all. Let's keep that in mind as we unite in efforts to protect our citizens and societies, to safeguard our critical infrastructure and supply chains, our information space, and our democratic institutions. Distinguished speakers, dear colleagues, as parliamentarians, we provide the democratic legitimacy that sustains our alliance. Our responsibility is not only to approve the decisions of today, but to ensure NATO remains prepared for the challenges of tomorrow. If we match our political resolve with real capability, NATO can continue shaping its security environment rather than just responding to it. And that should always be our common goal. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker Kurtulmuş, for great hospitality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Czech Republic is represented by both Speaker of the Parliament, both chambers. I welcome their Excellencies, and first I give the floor to His Excellency Milos Vistevich, President of the Senate. Please, the floor is yours.
Vážený pane kolego, páni předsedové, vážené kolegyně, je pro mě ctí.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to speak today in Istanbul, a city that symbolically bridges Europe and Asia. And today, more than ever, we need to come together and stand united. We need to have a greater activity, more determination, more responsibility, and more unity. That must be our common goal today. Because we must not forget that NATO's greatest asset and most powerful force remains in our standing together. The trust and the commitment that allies stand by one another. And we all know what the situation in the world is like today, and we all know that the commitment we make must be underpinned by our defense expenditure. First and foremost, we need to be honest with one another. It is not possible to rely on our protection and while failing to meet our own commitments. Spending 2% GDP on defense is not just a political slogan. It is the minimum standard of responsibility for every NATO nation. As a representative NATO methodology, we fell just short of meeting this minimum standard for defense. And unfortunately, this year's budget for the time being does not even meet the 2% GDP on defense spending. The good news, though, is that 82% of Czech citizens support NATO membership, and 62% of our citizens want that the Czech Republic annual defense spending is to be at least 2% GDP. Similarly, both chambers of the Czech Parliament overwhelmingly support the current government's goal of meeting the 2% benchmark. And this is linked to fulfilling on our joint European responsibility, and that also applies to our parliaments. Europe needs to take a greater responsibility for NATO defense, because stronger Europe means stronger NATO. The United States remains an irreplaceable ally, but European countries must be prepared to shoulder a greater share of responsibility for the security of our continent. To achieve this, we need a stronger European defense industry, greater production capacities, and deeper cooperation. And security order is based. That is why we must continue to provide military assistance and create conditions for a just and lasting peace. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, NATO's future rests on three pillars: unity among allies, fulfillment of commitments, and a stronger European contribution to collective defense. The stronger and more united NATO is, the less likely war conflict will be. And if we are to send a single message from Istanbul, it should be simple. When it comes to defending our freedom and democracy, we all stand together, side by side. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for hosting this parliamentary assembly session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. His Excellency Tomio Okamura, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies, has now the floor. Please.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the more unstable world, one distinctive danger stands out for democracies: limited ability to generate defense force in peacetime. Effective defense and prevention depends on being ready before a crisis, not only after it happens. So any nation has the right, but also the duty to defend its territory, its citizens, and the way of life. So that also includes border protection. And this rock-solid foundation must be supported by adequate defense spending, which will consider current national needs and possibilities and security situation. Investing in the ability to defend national sovereignty is the best contribution to our collective efforts. And that's why it is so important to build armies that are self-sufficient, modern, and capable of responding to today's and future challenges. And the core to that are personnel despite technological progress. So it's our soldiers that carry our security and freedom on their shoulders. So their courage and resolve to defend their homeland and loyalty to their oath decide our fate in the times of crisis. But for them to be able to serve, they need the best equipment. And speaking for the Czech Republic, I'm glad to share our progress, both in the area of personnel, but also industrial base. We have significant personnel increases, industrial expansion, new national testing site for our unmanned ground vehicles. Step by step, we invest in our ability, preparedness, and resolve to defend what matters most, and that's peace and prosperity. And at a close, let me give you my opinion. We should all strive to achieve the fastest possible closure to the war in Ukraine and peace. Bad peace is, in my opinion, better than no peace. So in my opinion, this conflict, after a number of years of its lasting, doesn't have a military solution. So we have to fully concentrate on diplomacy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I invite His Excellency Soren Gate, Speaker of the Danish Parliament, to deliver his remarks. Please.
Thank you, and let me begin by thanking our colleague, Speaker Kurtulmus, for the invitation to come to this beautiful city of Istanbul, a city that is defined by its ability to connect people, cultures, and even continents. Distinguished colleagues, dear parliamentarians, dear friends, it's always a great honor to address the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We meet at an important moment for NATO. The world around us is changing in a dramatic ways, and the Euro-Atlantic security environment is more complex and contested than ever before. It is in times like these, keeping NATO strong and maintaining alliance cohesion is more important than ever. One obvious and tragic reason for this is, of course, already mentioned, Ukraine. Russia's full-scale invasion has now lasted longer than the First World War. The Ukrainians continue to fight for their freedom and for ours as well. We must support Ukraine for as long as it takes. It is not only the right thing to do, it is in all our interests. This is not the first time NATO has been tested. From the moment the alliance was founded, it has been challenged. As a former Minister of Defense, I've seen firsthand how NATO continues to withstand significant pressure, but it remains the strongest and most successful alliance in history. This is because NATO is not only a military alliance, but a political one based on common democratic values. At this moment in time, NATO is enduring international pressure. This makes it even more important that we stand as one. Unity must remain NATO's center of gravity. A stronger NATO requires a stronger Europe. The European nations must and are already taking greater responsibility for their own security while remaining firmly aligned with the United States. This is both fair and right. My country, the Kingdom of Denmark, is fulfilling NATO's core defense targets. Right now, Denmark is investing heavily in significant military capabilities, especially to strengthen NATO in the Arctic and North Atlantic. Denmark is one of NATO's founding fathers. The membership of NATO continues to be a cornerstone in our security and defense policy. In NATO, we are all bound together by history, by tradition, by values, and by shared interest. I believe these remain intact today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. Although the international security situation is under great strains, I'm confident that NATO is well equipped to meet the challenges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me give the floor to His Excellency Lauri Hussar, President of the Estonian Parliament. Please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, distinguished colleagues. At the summit in The Hague, NATO allies made a historic decision to raise defense spending to 5% of the GDP by 2035. Now we must move from words to action and deliver on that promise without delay. Estonia takes its commitment seriously, investing more than 5% of our GDP in defense already this year. We have deepened cooperation in regional defense planning, air defense, maritime surveillance, military mobility, and the protection of critical infrastructure. Si vis pacem para bello. If you want peace, prepare for war. Is a principle we know to be true. This is not about escalation, it is about recognizing that strong defense reduces the likelihood of war. Drone incidents and Russian interference into NATO members' airspace with fighter jets on the eastern flank are a stark reminder that strengthening the alliance defense capabilities must remain our priority. Such incidents demonstrate once again Russia's reckless and escalatory behavior, but they also prove NATO's readiness and ability to deter and defend. We are pleased that we are closer to reaching the agreement on NATO's new integrated air and missile defense plan, which maintains the presence of Allied Air Force for the Baltic air policing, at least on the current level. Russian daily strikes in recent weeks show no intention on seeking a just and lasting peace. Russia will change course only when it understands that victory is unachievable and that time is no longer on its side. Therefore, we must increase pressure on Russia and support for Ukraine. We remain steadfast in our positions that NATO membership for Ukraine must remain firmly on the table. Ukraine is one of Europe's most powerful and battle-tested militaries. Integrating Ukraine is a strategic investment in our own security. We should also aim for fairer burden sharing among European countries in providing military support to Ukraine, including through our contributions to PUURL, so that Ukraine continues to receive the critical air defense systems and ammunition it urgently needs. Dear colleagues, we must bear in mind that peace is never free and weakness always carries a price. Unity is NATO's center of gravity. Only through collective effort can we ensure that our armed forces have the capabilities necessary to safeguard our people and sovereignty. Defense production must be scaled up, critical capabilities gaps must be closed, and Ukraine must receive the support it needs to defend itself and the democracy without delay. Dear colleagues, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to invite His Excellency Jussi Halla-aho, Speaker of the Eduskunta of Finland, to deliver his remarks.
Your Excellency, Speaker Kurtulmus, esteemed colleagues, Finland has been a member of NATO for a little over 3 years. We understand that the strength of NATO derives from the strength of its members. Therefore, we seek to be an active contributor to the common deterrence. Finland trains approximately 20,000 new conscripts each year. Our wartime strength is 280,000 troops, and the entire trained reserve is 900,000 strong. Our defense expenditure is 2.7% of the GDP at the moment, and it will rise to 3.2% in 2029. In addition, we already fulfill and exceed the NATO target of 1.5% spending on investment supporting defense purposes. NATO is a military defense alliance. At the moment and in the foreseeable future, the only realistic military threat that we face is Russia and Russian imperialism. This threat is felt the most acutely in those countries that are close to Russia and often have their own historical experiences with it. But this is a common European challenge which requires common response. Everybody must contribute and do their part. This is all the more urgent now that we cannot rely on the commitment of the United States to the security of our continent. We must take more responsibility for our own affairs. Ukraine is an essential part of the defense of Europe. Russian ambitions are not limited to Ukraine, and if they are not checked in Ukraine, they will have to be checked later elsewhere. I wish to congratulate our Ukrainian friends for their successful tactical and strategic operations in the Crimea and inside Russia in recent days and weeks. The only way to persuade the Russians to end the aggression is to raise the economic and political cost of the war to an unsustainable level. That may take time, but I believe we are on the right track, and the rest of us must do everything we can to help Ukraine get us there. It must also be noticed and recognized that Ukraine is increasingly relying on its own capabilities and innovations. The relationship between Ukraine and our countries has been gradually transforming from unidirectional aid to mutually beneficial cooperation. I hope one day Ukraine will join NATO, not only to deter a new aggression by Russia, but to make our defense alliance stronger and Europe safer. And finally, I wish to remind you that Finland will host the annual session of the NATO PAA next year. We hope to see all of you in Helsinki then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to invite His Excellency Lorenzo Fontana, President of the Chamber of Deputies of Italy, to deliver his remarks. Please.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, it is an honor for me to speak here today in a place where the security of the alliance meets the democratic accountability of our parliaments and where political debate contributes to the strength, legitimacy and foresight of our shared decisions. I would like to thank the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of the Republic of Turkey for his warm welcome and kind hospitality in this city, which has been an extraordinary bridge between civilizations and cultures ever since its foundation. Today, we must take a clear-eyed view of the world around us, recognizing that Euro-Atlantic security no longer unfolds along a single avenue. The eastern flank remains crucial in the context of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, a country to which we cannot and must not fail to provide our full support in defense of the fundamental principles of international law. However, we must also acknowledge the strategic importance of the southern flank. The Mediterranean, the Middle East, North Africa, the Sahel, the Red Sea, and the Gulf are not distant theaters, nor are they just crisis areas to be observed from afar. These regions are deeply intertwined with our security, trade routes, energy supplies, societal stability, the orderly management of migration flows, and the fight against terrorism, organized crime, and hybrid threats. Last May in Rome, at an event marking the 30th anniversary of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly's Mediterranean and Middle East Special Group, we strongly emphasized that stability in the Mediterranean is Euro-Atlantic stability, that the security of Africa and the Middle East is also Europe's security, and that freedom of navigation, the efficiency of critical infrastructure, and the protection of supply chains are common interests of all allies, regardless of their geographical location. Against this backdrop, the transatlantic dimension remains irreplaceable. Europe and North America share not only strategic interests, but also values that must be defended in an increasingly competitive and unstable international environment. This requires political cohesion, credible military capabilities, and a shared security culture in which every ally plays its part on both sides of the Atlantic. Dear colleagues, NATO is strong when it is united. It is credible when it can prevent crises and not only react to them. It is legitimate when parliaments participate, exercise oversight, explain, and are accountable to their citizens. This is precisely why the role of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly is essential. It links the strategic dimension to democratic representation, security to politics, and common decisions to the trust of our publics. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, may I give the floor to Her Excellency Daiga Meirina, Speaker of the Latvian Parliament.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to sincerely thank the Turkish colleagues for the warm welcome. The year since our last meeting in Brussels has been intense and challenging. The war started by the aggressor in Ukraine has been continuing for more than 4 years. The members of the alliance on the eastern flank are experiencing the direct impact of Russia's aggression, while the alliance as a whole is fighting its disinformation and hybrid attacks. A strong and united NATO is more important today than ever before. In preparing for the summit in Ankara, I would like to highlight 3 main issues. First of all, it is crucial that all of us demonstrate progress in upping our investments and strengthening our collective defense. As a country on the eastern flank, Latvia is fully aware that what it means to live next door to the aggressor. Therefore, as of next year, we will be investing 5% of our GDP into defense. We've also adopted a special law stipulating that this is the minimum level of investment to ensure long-term compliance with this commitment. Our air defense, particularly our anti-drone capabilities, are growing, but we need to do more. Decisions need to be taken faster. And we urge our allies to deploy air defense capabilities and aircraft at the Lielvārde Air Force Base as part of the Eastern Sentry mission. Secondly, we need to keep promoting the development of the defense industry on both sides of the Atlantic. It's crucial that we take on board Ukraine's experience and integrate the best solutions not only into the defense industries of individual member states, but also into the NATO defense planning process. In early June, Latvia concluded a drone cooperation agreement with Ukraine, which will facilitate the transfer of knowledge and technologies and their uptake in Latvia's defense sector. I believe that anti-drone capabilities need to be included into NATO's latest capability targets. Thus, we will balance the burden among all allies. Furthermore, we believe it is crucial to ensure the option of using NATO common funds for the provision of host country support and the strengthening of anti-drone capabilities. Third, we must maintain steadfast support to Ukraine. Since the start of the war, Latvia has provided Ukraine with military assistance totaling 0.3% of our GDP. In our view, we should agree in a spirit of solidarity on an equitable distribution of the burden among our allies, where one possible criterion could be allocating 0.25% of GDP for support to Ukraine. Russia is and will continue to be a long-term threat to all members of the alliance. We must continue the policy of containment and isolation of Russia at all levels. By supporting Ukraine today, we are deterring the aggressor from potential provocations tomorrow. The peace through strength approach is the most effective means of ending this horrific war with a fair and lasting peace. The ball is in our court, and that is precisely why we need to be united and decisive. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to invite His Excellency Juozas Olekas, Speaker of the Lithuanian Parliament, to take the floor. Please.
Thank you, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly, dear President of NATO PA, dear colleagues. Parliament is the place where decisions on the defense budget are made. We have an essential role in the building national-wide understanding of current strategic importance of deterrence and defense and maintaining broad national consensus to support them across political parties and public. We hold accountability to the voters for the democratic oversight that defense investment bring long-term results. In Lithuania, we approved this year's budget with 5.38% of GDP for defense needs and took commitment to spend at least 5 or 6% until 2030. This decision includes allocation of 0.25% of GDP to Ukraine's defense and security. Aggressors should not have any doubt that our unwavering support will continue. Future of European security is being decided in Ukraine. What we need most is a strong political will and fair burden sharing. NATO unity means Europe's greater responsibility for its own defense together with the robust transatlantic bond. Militarily strong Europe must strengthen the alliance, not duplicate. Alliance remains the cornerstone of our collective security. We are closely cooperating with Germany on the next year deployment of the German brigade in Lithuania. The US military presence in Europe is a crucial important, especially on NATO eastern flank. Lithuania remains fully committed to provide the highest standard of host nation support. Recent incidents with involving violation of alliance airspace highlight the urgent need to invest more in air defense capabilities, including the new integrated air and missile defense plan. Baltic Center and Eastern Center operations should continue for as long as necessary. Strengthening of defense industrial base in NATO countries is advancing. However, expansion remains too slow. Answering in the creating highly prioritized ecosystem with attractive environment for investment backed by strong state support and further future-focused military technologies, keeping up with the realities on the battlefield. We are facing constant and target hybrid attacks. Safety on essential system of critical infrastructure involves not only measures of physical protection, but as well as ability to withstand and recovery from cyber attacks. Essential part in responding to hostile attempts to weaken trust in democratic institutions, divide society, and make impact on political decisions is the implementation of a civil resistance strategy where society becomes part of resilience through education, critical thinking, and active engagement. Looking forward to ambitious and successful NATO summit in Ankara. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now let me give the floor to His Excellency Claude Wissler, President of the Chamber of Deputies of Luxembourg. Please.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Today we feel that threats are on the rise. Multiple crises have erupted. They teach us that what we tend to forget easily, freedom is not given, it needs to be earned, and it needs to be protected. We are meeting at a crucial moment. Ukraine is not only resisting with incredible courage and strength, but is turning the tide. It is precisely in this moment that we urgently have to intensify our support to Ukraine. Every hesitation, every delay bears concrete costs, a cost that is measured in shattered infrastructure, in damaged hospitals, and above all, in lives. Luxembourg stands with Ukraine and the Ukrainians. We welcome the recent decision of the G7 countries in Evian to intensify the sanctions against the aggressor. Aggression shall not be tolerated. It is one of the basic principles of a rule-based order. Dear colleagues, Luxembourg believes, as it always has, that NATO remains the strongest answer to the security threats posed. At a time where peace is being tested, the alliance remains essential. There is no doubt that we, together with other countries, should have fulfilled our obligations sooner and with greater vigor. An expanding and innovative European defense industry is the best guarantee of our protection and our independence. I can assure you that Luxembourg has clearly recognized the challenges we face today and acted accordingly. In the last 2 years, Luxembourg has doubled its defense spending, and we will increase the defense budget by 5% per year. We know the road is not yet complete, but we remain committed to reach the Hague targets. As a landlocked country, as a small country, we need partners. The binational reconnaissance battalion which Luxembourg is establishing jointly with Belgium plays a further key role to fulfill our NATO commitments. The bulk of the new spending is initially being channeled into air and missile defense. Space and communications are areas of high added value contributions where Luxembourg brings real and proven expertise, and there we will keep investing. We also must invest in innovative tools. Luxembourg stands ready to expand its role in the NATO Innovative Fund based in our country. Our contribution does not stop at our own borders. Luxembourg is going to be an active contributor to the new Defence, Security and Resilience Bank. Its objective is clear: to strengthen military infrastructure, to reinforce our cybersecurity, and to secure a supply chain which we all depend on, in NATO and in allied nations. Earlier this year, Luxembourg took a historic step by issuing Europe's first government defense bond. The fact that this bond sold out within a matter of hours gives us cause for optimism regarding such future projects. As a small country of this alliance, we prioritize quality over quantity, reliability over promises, and collective action over going it alone. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize once again, Luxembourg is firmly committed to multilateral cooperation, be it inside EU or NATO, today, tomorrow, and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to invite His Excellency Tom van Kempen, President of the House of Representatives of the Netherlands, to deliver his speech. Please.
Dear Speaker Kurtulmuş, Excellencies, dear colleagues, it is a great honor to address you here today in Turkey. Thank you to the wonderful hosts from the Turkish Parliament. Teşekkür ederim. The Netherlands and Turkey share a relationship that spans more than 4 centuries. Diplomatic relations between our countries date back to 1612, making them among the oldest continuous bilateral relations in Europe. Our ties extend beyond diplomacy and trade, and one of the most famous symbols of the Netherlands, the tulip, originated in Anatolia, a living reminder of the deep and enduring connections between our peoples. It is therefore particularly fitting to meet here in Dolmabahce Palace, while the Netherlands is also represented in this city through its Consulate General housed in a historic palace as well. And this parallel reflects our shared appreciation for history, culture, and the strength of our long-standing ties. Colleagues, partnerships such as ours are essential as we face the most challenging security environment in decades. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is not only a threat to Ukraine's sovereignty, but a direct assault on the rules-based international order that safeguards us all. In this context, cooperation within NATO and within this parliamentary assembly is more important than ever. As parliamentarians, we play a crucial role in maintaining public support for our alliance, strengthening democratic accountability, and ensuring that our shared commitments remain credible and strong. The Netherlands stands firmly alongside Ukraine, and we continue to provide military, financial, and humanitarian support, including air defense systems, artillery, and training, because we believe that a just and lasting peace can only be built from a position of strength. Dear colleagues, NATO's strength lies not only in its military capabilities, but above all in the unity of its members. At a time when our adversaries seek to divide us, parliamentary diplomacy plays a vital role in building trust, fostering mutual understanding, and reinforcing transatlantic solidarity. We meet here in Turkey, a country that bridges continents and cultures, and that is no coincidence. It is exactly the kind of alliance we should aspire to be, diverse in our histories, united in our purpose, and let us continue to work together, support one another, and demonstrate that our alliance remains united, resolute, and ready to act. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Teşekkür ederim. Let me give the floor to His Excellency Afrin Gachi, President of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia.
Thank you very much, dear President Numan Kurtulmuş, dear President of NATO PA Marcos Perestrello, dear Ms. Radmila Shekerinska, Head of Delegation Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, dear speakers, colleagues, Head of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a particular honor and pleasure to take part in this event held in the eve of the NATO summit. In today's world, marked by uncertainty, disinformation, and geopolitical turbulence, the role of parliaments is more crucial than ever. We must uphold trust, defend truth, and ensure that NATO's decisions reflect both the strategic and democratic will of our nations. It is more than clear that Ankara summit must send a strong political message that NATO is united, the transatlantic bond is strong, and that Article 5 remains the cornerstone of our collective security. The world is changing quickly. NATO must therefore remain not only strong, but fast, with strategic speed, agile adaptation, and implementation processes that match the threats we face. NATO 3.0 has to be seen from the perspective of a strategic reboot of the alliance, and allies must foresee that Europe can carry more of the conventional defense load and to assume primary responsibility for the continent's defense. For North Macedonia, the full implementation of the commitments reached in The Hague is essential, especially the Hague Defense Investment Commitment. We remain fully committed to achieving the 5% target by 2035 in the line with Hague Defense Investment Plan. My country is a NATO member state in a very fragile region, which is not outside of Europe's security architecture and where many malign external influences exist. It is of utmost importance to continue in investing in the region of Western Balkans throughout future membership of or different security cooperations initiatives, since this is the only path to its lasting stability. North Macedonia will continue to support Ukraine bilaterally and through available mechanisms. At the same time, future support should take into account balanced burden sharing and the ongoing investments by allies in their own national capacities. Finally, developments in the Middle East carry serious consequences for peace, energy markets, and humanitarian conditions. Diplomatic efforts to de-escalate must continue and maintain. And naturally, I would like to highlight the importance of the vocality of parliaments and parliamentarians as an irreplaceable democratic instrument to calibrate all the citizens' needs and priorities. Without parliaments, governments are powerless to realize the strategic goals they have set. In this context, let me allow to stress the irreplaceable role and contribution of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly as a link between parliaments and peoples of the Alliance and NATO. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I now give the floor to His Excellency Mesut Karakani, President of the Norwegian Parliament. Please.
Speaker Kurtulmuş, dear colleagues, let me begin by thanking our Turkish hosts for bringing us together here in beautiful Istanbul. As we gather ahead of the Ankara summit, Norway's message is clear. We stand with our allies and we are stepping up our contribution. In Norway, there is a broad political agreement on security and defense. In 2024, all parties in the Storting agreed on a long-term defense plan to 2036. Just weeks ago, we strengthened that plan again with support from all 9 political parties. This reflects an even more serious security situation and lessons from Russia's brutal war in Ukraine. This means a substantial strengthening of our armed forces. We are increasing our key capabilities, air defense, land and maritime defense and forces, better situational awareness, and closer cooperation with our allies. We are following up decisions from last year's Hague summit. Norway support and increased defense supporting spendings, and we are on track towards reaching on this 5% target. At the same time, we are strengthening our defense industry and technology. We are increasing production, and we're investing in new systems like drones and digital solutions. This is not optional. We need to coordinate more. We need to accelerate industrial capacities and productions to strengthen our common security. This is about supporting both national needs and NATO's readiness. Dear friends, the high north is very important for alliance. Russia's northern fleet, with its nuclear submarines, is located around 100 kilometers from Norway's border to Russia. We are NATO's ears and eyes, and by doing so, we support security for the whole alliance, and not least the North American continent. NATO's Arctic Sentry Initiative is important. Earlier this year, Norway hosted a cold response exercise with around 30,000 troops from allied nations. Dear friends, Norway is one of the largest supporters of Ukraine. All parties agree. Norway has committed more than $28 billion to Ukraine by 2030. Across the alliance, European allies and Canada are taking more responsibility. Norway is part of 3.0. In short, Norway is committed to the alliance. We are really investing in NATO and our common defense. We strongly support Ukraine. This is truly a demanding time for our common security. Norway will do its part. It's about defending our democratic values. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Now I invite Her Excellency Małgorzata Kidawa-Blonska, Marshal of the Senate of Poland, to deliver her remarks. Please.
Honourable Mr. Speaker, honourable speakers and presidents, honourable delegates. Today, a lot of important issues have been touched upon. Indeed, we meet at a time when the security of Europe and the entire transatlantic community is facing the most serious test since the end of the Cold War. The world is changing very fast, and as a community, we must learn to navigate it. NATO must redefine its tasks and its burden sharing. As our US partners are underscoring, Europe should take greater responsibility for the security of our continent. An increase in defense spending is key here. Poland understands this very well. That is why this year we are spending nearly 5% of our GDP on defense, and that is one of the highest levels among NATO member states. We are consistently strengthening our armed forces. We believe it is a contribution not just into the defense capabilities of our country, but those of the entire alliance. In the face of these threats, we must not only boost military potential, but also increasing our unity. The greatest strength of NATO for the last 70 years has been unity. That unity translates into our deterrence capabilities. In the face of the threats coming from Moscow and what we see in Ukraine, we must be credible in terms of our deterrence. That is key at the moment. We must support Ukraine with all our might, not just in military terms. We must support Ukraine in using the frozen Russian assets. We must continue to eliminate the illegal Russian shadow fleet. We cannot be intimidated by Russian hybrid attacks, which affects mainly the eastern flank. We must also increase the resilience of our societies. Let me just say that Poland fell prey to about 270,000 hybrid attacks, cyber attacks, and that's just one country, Poland. We must bear in mind that Russia will remain the most serious and a long-lasting threat, not just to Europe, but the whole transatlantic area. We must build deterrence and resilience at the level of our societies. We must engage in dialogue. NATO must serve each citizen of our country. Our prosperity and our way of life will depend on our defense capabilities. Effective defense is making our adversaries aware that they will fail if they decide to take up aggression against a NATO member state. One for all and all for one should be our motto. Ladies and gentlemen, as representatives of NATO parliaments, we must adopt a strategic approach to the future of our alliance. Poland declares readiness to cooperate in new formats. I am certain that we will remain determined in this respect, and I await the decisions made at the Ankara NATO summit. I am pleased that we can discuss this in Turkey today, which has always treated Poland, my country, as a natural ally. Many independence activists from Poland found shelter here in Turkey. We can say that in terms of solidarity, Poland and Turkey share a very long tradition. Therefore, today, Poland and Turkey play a key role as allies on the eastern flank of NATO. I hope that our bilateral and multilateral cooperation within NATO will contribute to strengthening the alliance. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Marshal. I would like to give the floor to His Excellency José Pedro Aguirre Branco, President of the Assembly of the Portuguese Republic. Please.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and please enable me also to thank Marcos Perestrello, who is a very dear friend of the Portuguese Assembly. Of course, the defense we must be able to ensure our national and international defense, and this is particularly important at the international level, given the uncertainty and the unpredictability that we very recently have become accustomed to. The importance of the transatlantic alliance cannot be called into question, even when we need to have a considerable bolstering of the European side. Preserving the internal cohesion of the alliance is a value in and of itself that should stimulate us. Now, deterrence and our collective defense of NATO must remain one of our key objectives. This, of course, requires Europe to carry out investments in defense, in particular in terms of the capabilities, which entails efforts in order to reduce redundancy and to bolster industrial capability. Moreover, our support to Ukraine in the short and medium term must remain a priority within the framework of the Euro-Atlantic security. At the same time, we must also maintain a 360-degree approach to be able to achieve the security challenges facing us in different regions. We can see the various challenges in the domains, and to be able to meet the challenge on the southern flank, the presence of the alliance there is important, either through the bolstering of capabilities or through effective strategic communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I invite His Excellency Richard Resi, Speaker of the National Council of Slovakia, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. President, honorable speakers, excellencies, dear colleagues. First, let me thank our Turkish host, the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, and the NATO Parliamentary Assembly for bringing us together in Istanbul, where Europe and Asia meet. We are on the road, though, to the summit in Ankara, so let me be direct about where Slovakia stands. Our foreign and security policy is anchored in the EU and the NATO, and these two memberships are the foundation of our security and our prosperity, and NATO remains the most important pillar of our defense, more so in today's unpredictable geopolitical environment. We need a stronger European pillar within NATO, not as a separate entity, but as greater European responsibility and capacity to defend ourselves inside the alliance. Slovakia supports the path we agreed at the NATO summit in The Hague, a gradual rise in defense spending toward 5% of GDP over the next 10 years. Slovakia has already met the 2% goal, and we look not only at the percentage, but at the quality of the spending. Almost 35% of our defense budget goes to modernization, to new capabilities, rather than the upkeep of our forces. We are strengthening air defense, we host allied forces on our territory, and we have rebuilt real production capacity and munition above all. Through these investments, Slovakia has become one of the main producers of ammunition within the whole alliance, with ammunition production alone now accounting for 2% of our GDP. Last year, our defense industry exported military material worth over 37 billion euro, including more than 1 million pieces of large caliber ammunition, most of it for Ukraine. We are now preparing a new long-term plan for our armed forces, reflecting the gradual rise in defense and dual-use spending, which the government will adopt shortly. On Ukraine, our objective has not changed. We want a stronger Ukraine defense and the condition for just and lasting peace. On last point, on the role of our parliaments, defense is decided not only at summits, but in our national assemblies, where the legislation is written, the budgets approved, and governments held to account. No alliance decision becomes real until a parliament makes it so, and the responsibility for it rests with us, the speakers gathered here. This democratic ownership is what makes our commitments believable to our citizens and to those who would test us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, the United Kingdom is also represented by two houses. Therefore, let me first give the floor to the Right Honourable Michael Forrest, the Lord Speaker of the House of Lords. Please, the floor is yours.
First, may I add my thanks to you, Speaker Kurtulmus, and to our generous and gracious hosts for this important meeting. For the United Kingdom, Turkey is a valued partner across many areas. At the crossroads of Europe, the Middle East, Africa and Asia, you play a vital diplomatic role in connecting regions and mediating conflict. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the NATO Parliamentary Assembly for their work, building trust and understanding between parliamentarians. NATO First is the central pillar of the United Kingdom's defence policy. As allies, we stand together against those who threaten our shared values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. Deterrence is far less costly than conflict, and collective defence is more effective than acting alone, as President Laurie Hussar pointed out earlier. Defence and security are matters of high priority for the House of Lords. Our members include a former Secretary-General of NATO and former chiefs of the UK Armed Forces and National Security Advisors, and we're currently conducting an inquiry into national resilience. AI and cyber will change everything utterly, and we are prepared to navigate this world if we are to triumph. As President Kidawe Lasta Blonska pointed out. In December, the United Kingdom is looking forward to welcoming you to London for the Crimea Platform Summit hosted with Ukraine. Ukraine has endured more than a decade of attack from Russia, including over 4 years of full-scale invasion, as we all know. And yet today, Ukraine is holding the line against this aggression for all of us here, and for that we owe the Ukrainians a massive debt of gratitude. Their fight is our fight, as our Czech colleague said and Claude Wissler said earlier. And that fight goes to the very heart of Western security. Ukrainians have shown their courage, not just daring in battle, it is endurance under unbearable pressure. They've not surrendered either their national will or their human dignity. And that is why their struggle speaks so powerfully to us here, because as Samuel Johnson said, courage is the one value that guarantees all others, and when courage holds, much else can still be saved. In the words of an English poet, I'm afraid, William Henley's famous poem Invictus, they are bloody but unbowed. So thank you again for your warm welcome and your continued commitment, Mr. President, to our NATO alliance. United we stand, divided we fall.
Thank you, Lord Speaker. Now, Ms. Judith Cummins, Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, has the floor. Please.
Fellow speakers and presidents of NATO, it is a great honour to be here today on behalf of Sir Lindsay Hoyle, Speaker of the UK House of Commons, and to attend alongside Lord Forsyth from the UK House of Lords. I would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Grand National Assembly of Turkey and the NATO Parliamentary Assembly for bringing us all together at this important NATO Parliamentary Summit. For 77 years, NATO has kept us safe and prosperous, united by a common history and shared values, a testament to the enduring power of collective security to deter aggression. As Winston Churchill stated during a speech in 1952, NATO was the surest guarantee not only of the prevention of war but of victory should our hopes be blasted. Today, with global tensions running high, especially in Ukraine and the Middle East, Churchill's sentiment that strong alliances are required for victory in war and stability in peace has never been more important. At this most dangerous point in our history, we in NATO need each other. We must collaborate more closely and reinforce the principle that attack on one is an attack on all. And as we look ahead to the 2026 NATO summit in Ankara, this is an important moment for parliamentarians across the alliance to reflect on transatlantic security, defence cooperation and NATO's evolving security agenda. For more than 7 decades, NATO has helped keep our citizens safe and our nation secure, united by our common purpose, shared values and the enduring strength of collective action. But the world has changed. The challenges we face today are more serious and less predictable than at any time during recent decades. We face continued Russian aggression in Ukraine and beyond. We face growing strategic competition, new technological threats and daily pressure in cyberspace. And at the same time, warfare itself is changing. Drones, data and digital systems are reshaping the battlefield, and those who can adapt most quickly will be best placed to defend their people. That is why NATO's unity matters so much, and that is why stronger readiness, stronger industrial capacity and closer cooperation across the alliance are so important. So let this summit send a clear message that the Allies remain strong and united, and that together we will ensure our alliance is ready for the challenges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I now invite Mr. Daniel Krvic, Vice President of the National Assembly of Slovenia, to deliver his remarks.
Mr. Speaker, President Perestrello, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. NATO was founded on the recognition that security cannot be ensured by any nation acting alone. That principle is even more relevant today. In the face of Russia's aggression against Ukraine and growing instability around the world, NATO and the transatlantic partnership remain the cornerstone of Euro-Atlantic security and a key pillar of stability in our wider neighborhood. For Slovenia, the unity, solidarity and strength of the alliance are of fundamental importance. We see the upcoming summit in Ankara as an opportunity for allies to further strengthen our unity and build on the commitments made in The Hague to increase investments in our security, resilience and defense capabilities. Differences of opinion within the alliance are natural. What matters is our ability to bridge those differences through dialogue, mutual respect and shared responsibility, and to translate them into common decisions. Our message to the outside world must be unequivocal. Any threat to our borders, our security or our values upon which our democracies are founded will be met with unity, resolve and determination. That is why we stand with Ukraine, which today is defending not only its freedom, sovereignty and future, but also the fundamental principles that borders cannot be changed by force and that lasting peace cannot be achieved by yielding to aggression. Slovenia remains firmly committed to supporting Ukraine and welcomes the efforts of the United States and its European allies to achieve a just and lasting peace, one that is acceptable to Ukraine and firmly grounded in international law. Our collective strength depends on clear decisions and sustained commitment. Slovenia is committed to increasing defense spending and meeting the capability and resilience targets agreed within the alliance. In 2025, the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia adopted the resolution on the general long-term development of the Slovenian armed forces until 2040, and the new government is now preparing its implementation plan. These commitments must be translated into concrete actions, modern capabilities, better equipment, greater readiness and a stronger defense system. Slovenia therefore also supports strengthening the transatlantic defense industrial base, enabling the faster development of the capabilities we urgently need and fostering a resilient, competitive and technologically advanced defense industry. In doing so, we must not overlook the vital contribution of small and medium-sized enterprises and dual-use industries, because security today also depends on knowledge, innovation and the ability of our societies to adapt to emerging threats. Yet security is not built on military capabilities alone, it also requires responsibility towards our neighborhood. Slovenia therefore continues to emphasize the importance of the Euro-Atlantic perspective for the Western Balkans. There could be no lasting peace and stability in Europe without a stable Western Balkans. Equally important is the situation in NATO's southern neighborhood, particularly in the Middle East, where persistent instability and the threat of terrorism continue to pose serious security challenges. Cooperation with partners also remains essential in NATO's security, both through its partnerships with individual countries and through its strategic partnership with the European Union. Slovenia remains committed to NATO's activities in the eastern flank, the Western Balkans and the Mediterranean, because we understand that our security does not begin and end at our own borders. NATO remains a community of shared responsibility and collective action. Its credibility rests on the unity of the allies and on our ability to deliver on the commitments we make. Slovenia will continue to be a reliable ally, ready to contribute, to cooperate, and to shoulder its share of our common responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me invite Javier Maroto, First Deputy Secretary, Speaker of the Senate of Spain, to take the floor. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Marcos. Dear colleagues, yesterday, during the wonderful boat tour on the Bosphorus, some of you asked me whether the majority position in the Spanish Parliament was aligned with the official statements made by our Prime Minister. Well, let me answer that today with 3 examples of the majority position in the Parliament I represent here. Number 1, agreements must be honored, including the commitment to spend 5% of GDP on defense. Number 2, the leaders of allied countries should cooperate rather than confront each other in public. And number 3, all NATO allies, without exception,
defend respect for international law in every conflict without exception, whether in Ukraine or in the Middle East. After these three examples, I think you can draw your own conclusions for yourselves. But let us turn to how we can make NATO stronger and to role of Spain and Europe as a whole. Europe must become a stronger pillar within NATO, not outside NATO and not against the United States, with responsibility, more capability and more political will. NATO reform should not mean less America, it should mean Europeans taking greater command responsibility, exercising regional leadership and carrying more of a conventional defense burden. Europe must be able to act faster and carry more of the operational load. The same applies to defense industry and procurement. The answer is not buy European against America, but buy strategically. Strengthen Europe's industrial base where necessary, preserve interoperability, produce more, buy better, and avoid protectionism that weakens NATO readiness. To achieve this, European allies face two major challenges. The first is political. Europe still lacks a single, united voice on defense. At critical moments, the United States needs a European partner capable of making decisions. Too often, dear colleagues, Europe has many voices and no clear answer. That is not sustainable in a world that moves fast and punishes hesitation. And the second challenge is cultural. After decades of peace and welfare states, many Europeans have become used to speaking about democracy as if it could be protected without defense. But there is no welfare state, no hospitals, no schools, and no freedom without security. So we must be honest with our citizens. Defense spending is not a luxury, and it's not an American obsession. It is what makes our democracy and our European way of life possible. If Europe links its welfare state to a real culture of defense, and if it acts with one united voice, then we will strengthen the European pillar of NATO and NATO as a whole. And this is precisely the commitment of the Spanish parliamentarians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Kerstin Lundgren, Deputy Speaker of the Riksdag of Sweden. Please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, Excellencies. Sweden's ambition to be an active and reliable partner applies to both NATO Parliamentary Assembly and NATO. At the summit in Ankara next week, we will focus on delivering commitments made at the Hague summit last year to ensure a stronger and more capable NATO. The agenda will also include ramping up our defense industrial production and securing strong and sustainable support for Ukraine. The summit will highlight the ongoing work by European allies and Canada to assume greater responsibility for the alliance shared security. The shift needs to be carried out orderly and gradually. Sweden is prepared to take our responsibility in this ongoing burden-sharing shift. We have demonstrated this during our first 2 years as allies through substantial contributions on land, at sea, and in the air, for example, through the soldiers who have taken part in NATO's enhanced forward presence in Latvia. We have been carrying out our largest defense spending since the end of the Cold War. We, all political parties in the Riksdag, are committed to reach 5% of defense expenditure by 2030. This includes 3.5% to core military expenditures. In June, NATO's forward land forces in Finland was formally established, a significant step in strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense on the northern flank. Sweden is the framework nation, and we have reached this important milestone together with Finland and with great support from NATO and our allies. Ladies and gentlemen, NATO is an alliance based on the conviction that democracy, human rights, a rule-based world order, and free trade are not only grand ideals, but also practices that make us stronger. Today, this belief is challenged. To meet the security threats and challenges, particularly the long-term threat posed by Russia, Sweden will continue to invest in our armed forces. We will also mobilize the private sector for security of supply, involve the Swedish population through conscription, and continue to strengthen our cybersecurity. Most importantly, we will maintain the willingness to defend ourselves and our allies. Our military support to Ukraine is direct investment in the security of the alliance. The Swedish Parliament stands united behind Sweden's continued support for Ukraine. It is not only a fight to help Ukraine, but it is also a fight for freedom, democracy, and human rights. It is about safeguarding the security of future generations in Europe. It is therefore vital that we, as members of this alliance, increase diplomatic, military, financial, and humanitarian support for Ukraine. And by that, I would like to thank our hosts, Turkey, for great hospitality yesterday evening and today, and also for inviting us all to this inspiring city, Istanbul. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dear participants, we continue our deliberations with the members of Parliament who lead their national delegations. First, I would like to invite Mr. Igli Hassani, head of Albanian delegation, to deliver his remarks.
Chairman Kurtulmus, President Perestreo, dear Mevlut, distinguished colleagues and friends, as we approach the NATO-Ankara summit, the message from this parliamentary meeting must be clear. Our security rests on unity, readiness, and our ability to act together. And allow me, therefore, to offer a few reflections. First, Albania's support for Ukraine remains unwavering through our active engagement in key political, diplomatic, and military initiatives for Ukraine. We reaffirm a fundamental principle. Security is defended not only on the battlefield, but also through sustained solidarity and resolve. Russia's provocations on allied territory, including recurring airspace violations, require vigilance and credible deterrence. Albania remains steadfast and continues to bolster NATO's forward posture in Latvia and Bulgaria, while sustaining nearly 500 personnel deployed across key allied missions annually. Second, the defense investment pledge agreed at the Hague summit is more than a financial commitment. It is a strategic investment in readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Albania is scaling up defense spending, advancing military modernization, and fostering its defense industry ecosystem to revitalize production and contribute to a more agile and capable allied defense industrial base. Equally critical is pairing this industrial growth with a decisive innovation and technological edge as the defining drivers of NATO's future strength. We also regard critical infrastructure as a propeller of modern defense. Our projects on the Military Mobility Corridor 8 and the Porto Romano Maritime Complex are distinct national priorities that will enable NATO's mobility, connectivity, and reinforcements across the Mediterranean and Southeast Europe. Third, the Western Balkans must remain a strategic priority as it faces an evolving mix of hybrid threats, hostile interference, and vulnerabilities that undermine regional stability. A compelling political and military presence in the region, including the continuity of KFOR and Althea missions, remains paramount to deter malign actors and safeguard the future of Kosovo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the entire neighborhood. Kosovo also deserves meaningful opportunities and prominent strategic foresight as it stands firmly oriented towards its western path. Dear colleagues, as politicians and elected representatives, we bear a duty to keep our citizens engaged and informed with the decisions that will shape our future. By doing so, we also reinforce the NATO Parliamentary Assembly's value contribution to alliance, unity, resolve, and credibility. Albania will continue to act with responsibility and purpose, boosting its role as a reliable ally and an anchor of regional stability and Euro-Atlantic security. The next NATO summit in Tirana is a clear expression of this enduring commitment. Thank you, and I express our appreciation for Turkey's hospitality and for the exceptional bilateral ties that unite our two countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassani. Now I would like to give the floor to Madame Natalia Puzirev, head of the French delegation, to deliver her remarks. Please.
Messieurs les présidents, Madame la secrétaire générale.
Presidents, Deputy Secretary General, parliamentarians, it is a great honor for me to speak to you today on behalf of the French delegation at a time when French Parliament has just approved 36 billion euros more in defense investment to reach the 3% by 2030 and continue this increase in defense production capacity, as well as the modernization of nuclear strategic deterrent forces. I would also like to insist on the G7's work on the occasion of its meetings in France this month. Participants in the Ankara summit can rely on two key elements of the declaration in Evian, one calling for easing of tension in the situation in the Middle East and also the recovery of shore passage through the Straits of Hormuz, as well as the declaration recognizing Ukraine's territorial integrity and calling for a strengthening of military aid to Ukraine, not least in terms of air defense and deep strike capabilities. We already saw this in Vilnius with the Lithuanian amendment to the NATO PA's rules, to which France gave its full support. We need to reaffirm the fact that Ukraine's future is within NATO. Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic integration contributes directly to security and regional stability. I will conclude by insisting on the fact that we need to take on board the consequences of burden shifting, which include taking on greater responsibility in Europe. This transition must be done in consultation, in a serene manner, and the Ankara summit must follow this perspective of unity and responsibility. I would like to thank our Turkish hosts for their hospitality, as well as the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, which is gathering us today.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Puzirev. Let me give the floor to Mr. Dimitros Kairidis, head of the Hellenic delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege to be one of the last speakers here and the honor to represent the Parliament of Greece. And as a result, allow me a more personal twist in my remarks, whereas I totally agree with everything that was heard. We are here in the great city of Istanbul that holds a special place in the heart of every Greek. It's no coincidence that we Greeks call it, and when we refer to it, the city of Constantine, we simply refer to it as the city. Because for us, it's the marvelous, the magnificent, the royal, the reigning city. There are many other cities, but only one Istanbul. On top of that, We are in Dolmabahce, the palace that symbolizes Turkey's Western orientation and European aspirations already in the 19th century, well before the great reforms of Kemal Atatürk. And I am sincerely flooded with feelings and emotions because 50 years ago I was brought here by my father, a Black Sea Greek whose father was born in Trapezon, to come and see the place where the great statesman and reformer Kemal Atatürk died in 1938. So here I am 50 years later, together with my colleagues and the Consul General of Greece. I am told by the Consul General that the Greek consulate issues 2,000 Schengen visas a day to Turkish citizens, more than the next 4 consulates combined, that of Germany, Italy, France, and Spain, which shows you how deeply our two nations are interconnected and the desire of so many Turks to come visit Greece and the feelings of Greeks towards Turks. As a minister of migration, I was the one who persuaded the European Commission for the special Visa Express program for Turkish citizens coming to Greek islands, and we expect more than 2 million Turks coming to Greece this year. As you know, we are the strongest advocates of Turkey's place in the Schengen. We believe that you should be in Schengen. And unlike some of your other European partners who are very eager for business deals, but very ready to keep you at arm's length and away from Schengen, we are, allow me to say, sincere in extending the arm of friendship. Nevertheless, since 1995, the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, which you have the honor to lead, has made a declaration of a threat of war against my country in case Greece exercises its legitimate rights in the Aegean. Allow me to say in all frankness, and as a strong supporter of our Greek-Turkish friendship, that this is totally unacceptable, anachronistic, and counterproductive. And that I urge you, as leader of the Turkish Parliament, together with your esteemed colleagues, including my good friend Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, a very experienced politician who is leading the Turkish delegation, to work together to lift and cancel and move away from this kind of threats of wars, because in this day and age, we need unity more than ever. The feelings of the Greek people are sincere. We are here to help you in your European vocation as much. Our region will benefit the most. We live in a very dangerous neighborhood, surrounded by external threats. The last thing we need is this kind of squabbling among friends and neighbors. We cannot escape geography, we cannot escape history, and we cannot escape our destiny of living next to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kairidis. Now I invite Mr. Dagur Egerstone, head of the delegation of Iceland, to deliver his remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and friends, it's a great honor to address you on behalf of the Speaker of the Icelandic Parliament, the oldest national parliament in the world. And it's a privilege to be here in Istanbul, a city that for centuries has connected continents, cultures, and civilizations. And it reminds us that security has never been built in isolation, but through dialogue, cooperation, and shared responsibility. Yes, much has been said, and I can agree with most of it. We meet at a time when the international order is under unprecedented pressure. Russia's illegal and brutal war against Ukraine is the clearest example and the most important. But beyond this war, we also see growing challenges to international law, attempts to undermine democratic institutions, and spread disinformation designed to weaken trust in our societies. Iceland is one of the founding members of NATO, and for more than 75 years, our nations have sought to build an international order based on rules rather than force, cooperation rather than coercion, and respect for sovereignty, democracy, and the rule of law. That order has never been perfect, but it has been remarkably successful. It has provided the foundation for peace, prosperity, and freedom across much of Europe and the North Atlantic. And these developments remind us of why NATO exists, not simply to defend territory, but to defend principles that make peace possible. History has shown that alliances endure not only because governments cooperate, but because their people continue to believe in the principles that unite them. And it is for us as parliamentarians to ensure democratic legitimacy, and we carry therefore a special responsibility. We provide and oversee governments, we safeguard the rule of law, and we strengthen the resilience of our societies against those who seek to divide us. Military capabilities matter, deterrence matters, and it is the heart of NATO. But military strength alone cannot sustain an alliance. Its true foundation is in trust, trust in one another, trust in our democratic institutions, and trust that our shared values are worth defending. And we are prepared to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eggestone. I also invite Mr. Duška Stejaković, head of the delegation of Montenegro, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and big thank you to the Turkish delegation for having us in beautiful Istanbul and this historic place. You set the bar even higher with your hospitality. Honorable speakers, dear colleagues, your excellencies, today at this exceptionally important parliamentary summit, we are having an open discussion about security at a time when the international order is facing its greatest challenges in decades. The wars in Europe and in the Middle East, cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and attempts to undermine democratic institutions clearly demonstrates that security can no longer be viewed through the lens of individual states alone. That is precisely why NATO is more important today than ever before. Montenegro is a small country on the Mediterranean, but history has taught us that a nation's size does not determine the weight of its responsibility. Throughout the centuries, we have safeguarded our freedom with determination and resilience. Today, we defend it together with our allies. Today, we strongly support the further strengthening of NATO's defense capabilities and increased investment in defense. This is not a matter of statistics or percentages of GDP. It is a matter of our readiness to protect peace, stability, and the way of life we share. For Montenegro, security of the Western Balkans is of particular importance. A stable Western Balkans means a more stable Europe and a stronger NATO. Dear colleagues, Montenegro aspires to become the next member state of the European Union in 2028. We are confident that this will make us an even stronger ally within NATO and further contribute to the stability of the European and Mediterranean region. Allow me to conclude with a thought that perhaps best captures both Montenegro and our alliance. A small country may have a small territory, but it must never have small ambitions when it comes to defending freedom. That is why today we are sending a clear message from Istanbul. The more united we are, the stronger the alliance becomes. The stronger the alliance, the more secure the Euro-Atlantic area, and the more secure the Euro-Atlantic area, the greater our freedom to build prosperity, defend democracy, and preserve peace for generations to come. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, as you know, since our first meeting, we have invited the Parliament of Ukraine, the Verkhovna Rada, to take part in our meetings. Today, we welcome Mr. Yahor Cherniev, head of the Ukrainian delegation, and invite him to share his views with us in this meeting. Mr. Cherniev, please.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Speaker, dear Mr. President, dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, our joint efforts with you for many years have finally yielded visible results. And on behalf of the Ukrainian people, I thank you all for your help. The heroism of Ukrainian soldiers and your support allowed us not only to stop Russia, but also to seize the initiative in this war. On the front line and in the rear, Russia is suffering enormous military, economic, human and moral losses. Our drones and missiles are systematically destroying Russia's oil and gas infrastructure, its logistics, military production and the very possibility of waging this war. And we must not miss this moment of Putin's greatest weakness in the entire war. We must not give him a chance to recover and build up his strength again. We must finally pressure him and force him to make peace. Because the only one country that doesn't want peace is Russia. We are grateful to Turkey for organizing and conducting the negotiation in 2022 in Istanbul. Unfortunately, the results of these negotiations weren't successful because the conditions of the peace weren't just and acceptable for Ukraine. We could lose our sovereignty. Now we are offering to Russia to stop this war on the front line without any concessions of the territory. But this our offer may inspire very quickly, because now the situation on the front line has been changing fast. Dear friends, much in the process of establishing the just and long-lasting peace depends on you, on your economic, political, diplomatic and military support, as well as providing us with the tools that President Vladimir Zelensky recently spoke about. And today the question is not only how this war will end, but also what the peace will be like after it. What will be the future architecture of European security and what role will Ukraine play in it? In recent years, we have become a real shield for Europe, a pole of power, a border that protects a significant part of NATO's eastern flank. It was a mutually beneficial process. We received support and assistance from you. You gained time to rearm and prepare for possible aggression from Russia. After the war, Ukraine's value to our NATO partners will increase even more. The EU will have a reliable security partner like Ukraine. The US will be able to free up some of its resources, knowing that Europe has a force capable of confronting Russia and ensuring security. Ukraine will have NATO as a reliable rear in case of repeated aggression. but the European security will be incomplete without Ukraine's full accession to NATO as a result of this war. After all, although we are gradually becoming a de facto member of NATO, de jure our relations and mutual rights and obligations have not yet been formalized. NATO has no legal obligation to defend Ukraine, and Ukraine has no obligation to defend NATO countries with its own army, and this needs to be corrected. All our current and potential common enemies should know that by attacking Ukraine, they will be dealing with the entire alliance. And by attacking the smallest NATO country, they will be dealing with the Ukrainian army, drones, and missiles. And then together, we will become invincible. Thank you for your attention, and thank you to our colleagues, Turkish colleagues, for your hospitality.
Thank you, Mr. Chernier. Honorable speakers of the Parliament, distinguished members of Parliament, esteemed guests. As we conclude the third NATO Parliamentary Summit, I would like to thank you all for your participation and for your valuable contributions. Our discussions have shown our strong commitment to the values and principles of our alliance, as well as our strong sense of solidarity and shared responsibility. We have also reaffirmed our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Our meeting in Istanbul has allowed us to exchange views, to better understand our concerns, and to underline the importance of unity at the particularly changing time of our region and the wider world. As parliamentarians, we play an important role in advancing NATO's policies, strategies, and objectives. We also have a responsibility to bring a stronger peace perspective to our common security agenda, and in doing so, contribute to the renewal and adaptation of our alliance in line with the realities of our time. Istanbul Summit has also confirmed the growing value of the parliamentarian platform. As we are holding the third parliamentary summit, I believe the time has come to provide this mechanism with a more institutional foundation. To that end, the adaptation of rules of procedures or terms of reference by the NATO Parliamentary Assembly could help make our future meeting more effective. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank the staff of Grand National Assembly of Turkey and the NATO Parliamentary Assembly for their valuable efforts in organizing this summit. I hope your time in Istanbul has reflected Turkey's hospitality and commitment to dialogue and cooperation. Thank you once again for your participation. Now we will proceed to the lunch all together. So then we will be waiting our President, Mr. Erdogan, to participate to our lunch to give a speech to the audience.
Your Excellencies, our meeting is now concluded. We would like to kindly invite you all to the ceremonial hall for lunch. Thank you.
Sure, sure.
Çıkamıyoruz ki buradan.
Sayın Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanı.
His Excellency President, Distinguished President of NATO PA, Distinguished Speaker of Turkish Grand National Assembly, distinguished speakers of parliaments, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to NATO Parliamentary Summit organized by Grand National Assembly of Turkey. Your Excellency President, now I would like to invite Speaker of Turkish Parliament, Turkish Grand National Assembly, Professor Dr. Numan Kurtulmuş, to deliver his speech. Your Excellency President, Mr. President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, esteemed Deputy Secretary General of NATO, distinguished speakers and deputy speakers of Parliament, distinguished heads of delegations, I would like to greet you all with my warmest feelings. It's a great pleasure for us to hold this meeting in this historic atmosphere. As one of our colleagues already expressed in our meeting, Istanbul is not one of the beautiful cities in the world. It is the city. It is the most beautiful city, maybe. So, throughout these centuries, the skill and talent to cohabitate as cultures, nations, and religions, we are all pleased to host you in this city. And we believe that all our deliberations here will be very useful. And the next week in Ankara, under the leadership of His Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, you will be holding the NATO Summit of Heads of States and Governments, and wish you all the best. In our meeting, we had 21 heads of the speakers of the parliaments, and we have conducted very valuable and productive deliberations. The world is navigating through very turbulent times. So in full sense of the world order is being reshaped, and there is no doubt that all these turbulences will continue for a longer period of time. It is never about preventing the hostilities and the conflicts, but we need to concentrate on how we can ensure peace, and we need to be able to work together to this end. As I already explained in my closing remark in our summit, our goal from now on is to ensure a new global order based on the principle of equality of all in all bases. And we need to exert all our efforts for this. By taking this opportunity on this occasion, we would like to thank you for joining us in Istanbul on the occasion of the third edition of this NATO PA summit, and we hope that organizationally we will make it a regular summit, and we hope that it becomes a tradition for us, and in the years to come as well it will serve as a venue where constructive opinions are exchanged. Once again, I would like to cordially welcome you all, and during your stay in Istanbul, I hope you will enjoy it and you will have very pleasant memories. And to conclude, once again, in this historical venue, I would like to extend our gratitude to His Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdogan for hosting us in this beautiful historic venue. Thank you very much. We would like to thank distinguished Speaker of Turkish Grand National Assembly for his welcoming speech. Your Excellency President, distinguished guests, now I would like to invite Mr. Marcos Perestrello, the President of NATO PA.
Your Excellency President Erdogan, Honorable Speaker Kurtulmuş, Madam Deputy Secretary General, Excellencies, I want to again thank our hosts for their warm welcome, generous hospitality, and excellent organization. It is a pleasure to be here in this magnificent city of Istanbul with colleagues from across our alliance. Gatherings like this remind us that to keep NATO strong and credible, we not only need to spend more on defense, produce more capabilities, and boost our defense industry. We also need to continue to reinforce unity and solidarity, build trust, and invest in the political and personal ties that bind us together. And as parliamentarians, we know that cooperation always begins more easily when we can look one another in the eye. I'm coming from Portugal. Portugal and Turkey may sit at opposite ends of Europe, but we share a long tradition of looking outward and share an understanding that progress belongs to those willing to look beyond the horizon. So today, let us celebrate friendship, cooperation, and the common commitment we bring to our shared security. May this parliamentary summit strengthen our parliamentary commitment to a safer, stronger, and more united alliance. Please join me, dear speakers, in saluting President Erdogan, Speaker Kurtulmuş, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and the enduring strength of our alliance. Thank you.
We would like to thank Mr. Marcos Perestrello for his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to kindly invite His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the President of Republic of Turkey.
Buyurun.
Distinguished speakers of parliaments, distinguished members of the parliaments, distinguished guests, I would like to salute you with my best regards. And I would like to express how delighted I am on the occasion of the NATO Parliamentary Summit. Welcome to our beautiful city of Istanbul, which is the crossroads of cultures and continents. And I wish you a productive summit. And also I would like to thank all the participants who contribute to this summit. And this important meeting is being held just before our NATO Leaders Summit to be held in Ankara on the 7th and 8th of July. And this is a remarkable meeting. As a symbol of cooperation and solidarity between and among member countries, I congratulate all those who organized this meeting. Distinguished participants, Euro-Atlantic security is navigating through a turning point, especially at the eastern and southeastern flanks of our alliance. There are threats like conflicts, wars, and irregular migration, and they require us to reshape and to revisit our safety and security perception. So our old concepts are falling down, and it is yet to be known what will substitute them. The chaos increases, the unpredictability increases, so we are just in the middle of a period of uncertainty. And I would like to highlight one thing. The global system and the politics, definitions of the global system and politics have already lost their senses and meanings in today's world, particularly what is happening in Gaza and Lebanon. And in recent period of time, we have witnessed many massacres, and they gave harm to the conscience of humanity, and on the other side, they have really decreased the reputation of international order and international institutions. I believe that it is impossible to define and explain the existing situation with the definition and concepts of the past. Therefore, NATO needs to focus on these issues, and I believe that it is critical to further strengthen the cooperation and trust between and among our alliance. And as Turkey, we are one of those countries who can interpret the spirit of the new era. Turkey has a border which is longer than 1,800 kilometers with the crisis lands, and Turkey, with a developed industry, have been contributing to NATO for more than 70 years. We have been actively taking part in NATO missions, and we are supporting preservation and protection of safety and security. We have an exclusive skill in terms of management of the crisis, and we have a vast experience, and we are sharing all of them with all our allies. So the summit in Ankara will be the most powerful venue for exchange of knowledge and experience. And it is not only among the allies, but globally, across the globe, we can observe that there is a huge interest paid to the Ankara summit. As parliamentarians, you have a noble responsibility to guarantee the right to life, which is one of the most fundamental rights. So our next generations need to be guaranteed with the conditions in which they will live in peace and prosperity. And we need to focus on these topics in our summit in Ankara. And we hope that we will get results which will be beneficial for all of us as a country who have fought terrorism for long years with success, and today as a country who has come to a point of ending terrorism. And as the leader of such a country, I would like to express that we have huge expectations from our alliance vis-à-vis the challenges we face. If we want to fight all these challenges, we need to ensure burden sharing in a just and fair manner, and also we need to lift all the obstacles in front of the trade of defense industry products. Therefore, it is of critical importance to deliver the decisions we have made in the prior summits. In terms of burden sharing, we have done our share and we will continue to fulfill our share. And in line with all the commitments coming from the Hague summit, we are increasing our defense expenditures, and we are among top 5 allies who have been spending the highest amount for defense. But despite all these facts, the indispensable benefits Turkey creates for the security of Europe is sometimes overlooked. In development of the European pillar of the alliance, as a country who has a role to play, we have the will to be a part of all the formations of the security structures in Europe. We expect from you as parliamentarians to give us your support to ensure that Turkey is included into the European security structures. It will be for the benefit of none to exclude Turkey from this kind of European security structures. We have a security and defense network. We need to establish a defense network extending from Texas to Ankara. And there should not be any exceptions in this. Another distinctive part of our Ankara summit will be its contribution to NATO defense industry. We will have an exhibition and fair for defense industry where we will be showcasing our advanced products, defense industry products, but we will also focus on how we can take measures for the future. Our allies will recognize the progress made by Turkey in a very short period of time in terms of defense industry. We will also cover the topics like Ukraine, Iran, Gulf, and Palestine with a 360-degree perspective, and we will be elaborating on the regional developments. And at this point, in order to bring an end to the conflict between US and Iran, along with Pakistan and Qatar, with all our allies, we will continue to contribute to this process. There are some sabotage attacks, especially targeting Lebanon, which are actually targeting to undermine the ceasefire. And we expect your support not to give any opportunity to the network of genocide who have been undermining all the peace in the Middle East. Without bringing an end to the Palestine problem and without bringing an end to the invasion of Israel, we cannot bring a lasting peace in the Middle East. And the solution is the bi-state solution based on the borders dating back to 1967, and we need to have an independent Palestinian state. And you, as parliamentarians, you have an important role to play. And one note I would like to highlight: with her history, with her society, and with her geostrategic location, Turkey is extending from Central Asia to Europe, from Balkans to Africa, and Turkey is a strong country with the capability to communicate these different regions. And we want to use all this capability at a maximum level for global peace. In the period to come, we exclusively highlight the fact that we need to come to a positive conclusion to bring an end to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Turkey is a country who can talk to both parties, and as an ally who is trusted by both parties, we will continue to make our contribution to the peace processes. Before I conclude, I would like to express that your visit to our industrial sites later in the afternoon is very important, and I wish you all the success and all the best. I would like to thank the Turkish Grand National Assembly for organizing this event, and I hope that all these efforts will cater to global peace. And I would like to thank you once again. Thank you. We would like to extend our cordial gratitude to His Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdogan for his address.
Değerli konuk.
Distinguished guests, we are going to serve lunch, and bon appetit.